Hmm? Hmm? There we go. That's working as hoped. God, I hope that's working. All right. Anyways. Oh, hello, Teddy. Welcome back again. I do actually think he hears me talking and decides to bother me exclusively then. You know what? A second. Oh my god. All right. He just loves pushing around my microphone. All right. No, you're not stepping up on the desk. You're not doing that. You will stay on your little cat tree. Spread little cat hair all over. Well, that lowercase L looked really weird. No. Oh my god, typing one-handed is the worst. Least fun, no good thing I have to do whenever Teddy shows up. Okay. Right. I'm sorry, Teddy. I do need both hands for this. Is this gonna be the link to the stream? Sure isn't. There's the stream URL. Well, that's not right either. Oh, that's the like. Oh, that's something weird. That's a link that goes into the back end of YouTube. Meow meow. Good boy. Do I just have to go get it from YouTube proper itself? Or they really just decided to make YouTube streaming the least convenient thing in the world? Copy link address from YouTube proper. There we go. Oh my goodness. All right. God, I hope that worked. I wonder if I can just, like, link to my channel homepage. That'd probably do something. Okay, Teddy. Yeah, let me just put my hand over here. Pat you over here. Nice and relaxed and calm, and you don't need to care about nothing. All right. So, for me, I think new masters would be a good idea. Specifically, out of the greed of my own heart, I would like to make an Orzhov master and a cheaper one. Because we have an Orzhov master already, and he is, what was it, like 7 mana? And I would like to have Orzhov color identity for myself without running a 7 mana master. Because that is legitimately ridiculous and so hard to work around. Teddy, I'm just gonna send you on your way. Oh, he is committed. Okay. I get it. You are very determined to hang out with me today. You're allowed. You know what else I should do? Put on some music. I didn't want to just have my boring BGM constantly playing, but also it's just kind of difficult. I don't know how how YouTube would handle me playing quiet copyrighted music. You know what? I could do the Hololive Lo-Fi. Posted on the Hololive official music channel. Oh, there's one from 3 years ago. Alright. Let's turn down the volume a bit. Perfect. Oh my god. Teddy, you are insatiable. Well, I need to find a master that I can make into Orzhov. Right. They've got... Oh my god. I hate ads with all my soul. I don't care what Willie Nelson's house looks like. Make me stop seeing that. Oh my... Mm-hmm. And he actually hooked me with his claws because I'm not petting him. Alright. Just a second. I need to... like, install ad block immediately. I don't have it on this. Because I don't use... whatever this is called. Alright. That seems to have gotten rid of the ads. Thank you. Oh my god, that was too much. Okay. No, Waver's not gonna be Orzhov. Okay. So, Shiro, he's mono white. Rin, mono red. Ilya, blue. Shinji Mato, don't want to do that. He's mono black. Soichiro Kuzuki. He's probably also mono black. Yeah. Caster Kirei Kotomine. He could be Orzhov. Is it Orzhov has a lot of ties to, like, religion. So it could be. Zoken, Sakura, Astrum. Astrum's like a Demir, blue-black. Ernest Gravehill. I don't think I even know. Who are you? Oh, you're Prototype. Got it. The Master of Shielder. I guess that makes him the, Proto Ritsuka, then. Alright. Kirei Kotomine. He can be the, new Orzhov master. And he has wine. Wine's also a really Orzhov-coded thing. For some reason. Yeah, this is probably the best one for it. I could also do the, Rasputin. Right. Rasputin, what is your... Yeah, very boring pose. I don't think so. And then he becomes unrecognizable after that because his hair goes white. Alright, we'll just go with default Kirei. Oh my god. I have to jump through so many hoops for this. Can I just, like, make it so that WebP files legitimately just cannot exist on my computer? Because they just don't work. A little zoom in isn't terrible. Oh, I was cutting off the top of the card. Yeah, that's not bad. Alright. Now then. The neat thing that I discovered is if we go down to legacy frames at the very bottom, this has all the frames. This is all of them. Because previously I had been having trouble finding the multicolored frames on this one. It's just there. I forgot that adding frames resizes the picture for some reason. Alright. So he also needs attack and toughness. Which are somewhere. Wait, what's the difference between these two? Ah, the gold. Yes, this man has not a hint of gold to him, so we'll stay with that. Choose a frame. Okay, I guess I have to Get the power toughness from somewhere else. Transferring class, power and toughness. Here we go. Can I just give him black? No. It has to be gold. That is the style. You know what? I am just gonna give him black. Because it's on the black side of the card, so it sort of blends in fine. Oh wait, he doesn't even have power and toughness. He's a commander. Okay. Alright. Do I need a specific, like, commander frame? Artifacts. Vault. So I'm pretty sure commanders have their own frames. No. Planeswalkers, not commander. Okay, yeah. We just have to... so there's... Is there no... split color frames for commander? No, there must be. Just a second. Because I think there's one specific Tamiyo commander, the one that transforms, and I'm pretty sure she has it. It's the one that I am thinking of immediately off the top of my head. Yeah, there's... Yeah, not even just that one. There's plenty of them that have the multicolored borders. Alright, well... No. No. Huh, maybe they just don't have them. I'd finally found... Okay. Let me just go back to regular, go down to legacy. Standard, full art, legendary, full art, hybrid. Yeah, planeswalkers all have those curved borders. No split color planeswalkers, though, as far as I can find. Custom frame. Textless duel. Oh, that's pretty neat looking. Okay. I don't think I'm going to find it in custom. Other frames. They do exist. Multicolored Planeswalker frames. And not just the gold. That truly is a shame. Oh well. What's the history of how these have looked? Gotta pop open Discord first. Alright. What have our custom Planeswalkers looked like? We have been doing full art. Okay. Just checking. Yeah. We did one Shiro with a border. Emiya's got a border. Inconsistently. Okay. Alright. Well. Huh. They resized the picture. I actually want to, do this a bit custom. Actually. I think I also want a different frame. Not quite. Alright. I'm not gonna do borderless. Maybe just extended art. Yeah, that looks pretty good. There we go. Hide Kotomine. Oh, my headphones are all tangled up. There we go. That's a bit better. Alright. Keep that minimized. Kotomine. What's his title? Alright. Let's take a look. Also known as Saint of Darkness. That's a bit much. I don't think I'll be going with that. Do I go with... It could be like Mud Heart, because his heart is made of the black mud. No. Because my own nickname doesn't work quite so well. Alright. His name could be... His title could be Overseer. Kire Kotomine Overseer. Because that differentiates him from when he was a participant in the 4th Holy Grail War. This is specifically the Kotomine of the 5th Grail War. Alright. Now. Alright, he will be a 1 black-white. Whoops, 1... Get rid of the first B. Right. I'm designing his position backwards. I want him to be cheap Orzhov, and then I will figure out how he works after that. But I need a cheap Orzhov commander. Okay. So, as for what he does... Let's see. So he's got black keys. That's one of his big things. He really likes punching Shiro. He does that. He doesn't have very fancy magic, really. Let's just drop down to his abilities. Yes, he is an executor. Interesting. He has gotten physically weaker over time. Unlike most anime characters. So he is weaker in the 5th Holy Grail War than he was in the 4th. He can defeat a servant in limited conditions. He does have a bunch of command spells. Alright. It's assassins in the Heaven's Fuel route. 10 black keys. Baj Quan. Generabuchi calls Super Baj Quan. Oh my god. Welcome back, Teddy. I stopped petting you for a while, so you left, and now you've come back demanding more petting. I wonder if setting up this cat tree just drew him to me more. Or if I hadn't set up the cat tree, if he would just sit on my desk and be even more of a nuisance. I just have to keep petting him. There's nothing else to do about it. At least we get these cool GIFs that we can watch. Alright. I can just use my left hand to scroll with the arrow keys. Alright, black keys. Thin blades resembling a rapier that are longer than a meter with a short hilt. They are used specifically by its executors as projectile weapons, boast great power, high difficulty to master. Kyrie is strong and rare expert at utilizing them in battle. The blade is a semi-solid formed by magical energy, so it is only necessary to carry the small hilt. He holds a high number of them at one time under his frock, and nobody knows their exact number. It is a sacrament, rather than magecraft, that is utilized to fight spirits, so it can affect a servant should one somehow hit them. They lack balance in close combat, making them unwieldy to defend against a smaller weapon like a dagger, so he instead relies on Baj Kwan under such circumstances. 4 black keys in a single hand is his limit. You can complete a single throw and any necessary preparatory movement in 0.3 seconds. You can throw them. Okay. So he should be able to make black key equipment artifacts. Alright. Here's the big one. After having his heart shot by Kiritsugu, he is revived by the black mud from the Holy Grail. Followed the path of magical energy, so it flowed back to him, and it healed the wound. And he has a black mud that's substituting for the heart. Okay, it is just a normal heart. You can resist Zabania. Able to interact with mud, no negative consequences. You can control the mud. Oh, you know what? Okay, after we finish this, I'm gonna make my One Ring equivalent, which is the Holy Grail. Okay, we're entering fighting territory now with Teddy. He's biting and scratching. He's in a mood. He's in a mood, aren't you? Little murder machine. Ow. I'm gonna pet your chest. What are you gonna do about it? Bite me? How? I'm petting your chest. Huh? What do you think you're doing, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's really fun to tease, huh? Aren't you? Alright. Born with magic circuits despite having a non-magus lineage. He's gotta have really weak circuits then. Normal lineages rarely acquire magic circuits, and in the case of a normal person being born with them are sudden mutations. Kirei is not of this type, but instead his circuits were a gift from the Divine Sacrament. They were a reward for his father's years of pious worship. Thus, Kirei was born with the right to recreate the miracles in the Divine Sacrament, with the right being the magic circuits. Also, unlike typic families that pass down circuits in their genetics, Karen did not inherit them. While he is thought to love destruction, he is a creator-type magus like Shiro. His magic circuits have yet to develop properly at the time of the Fourth War, so he instead makes use of command spells. Is he Karen's father? I feel like I knew that. Karen Hortensia? I'm gonna need to look that up. Ever since he first began his tutelage in Minecraft under Tokiomi Tosaka, he has not advanced beyond the degree of beginner, and he cannot reach the first-rate level no matter his efforts. During his training with Tokiomi, he studied alchemy, spiritual evocation, summoning, divination, necromancy, and spiritual healing. The only areas where he displayed a natural talent was spiritual healing, in which he ultimately became more skilled than even his master. After 3 years, during battle, his most adept skill is his physical enhancement to exert greater physical strength. While Rin is considered his student, he is vastly inferior to her. While he is not a genius, just a normal man, he is able to achieve quick results through complete and total effort. Putting in 10 to 20 times the effort of other people, he stops short of the last step, throwing all previous labor out like trash. He's shown being capable of using Lightning Magecraft as an attack against True Assassin, channeling it through the Black Keys to paralyze his movements. Okay, so I'm going to consider that non-canonical. He cannot supply sufficient energy for both, nor was he able to provide energy for Gil during the 10-year period between the wars. He can still handle a single servant with his own abilities, but Lancer's backup from his master is lacking compared to others. Unlike other insufficient masters, his contract with Gilgamesh lowers several of Gilgamesh's attributes. It is impossible for most masters to sustain a servant outside the Holy Grail War because the support from the power of the Grail reduces much of the burden that supplying magical energy for the servant would cause. Kirei had to make up for his lack of energy with knowledge, and Gilgamesh calls Kirei's innovation exceptional in that regard. Okay, spiritual healing. Heals through a spiritual medium, as in healing through the soul rather than the flesh. It is a curse that can remove the infected parts without using a single surgical knife on the body. While he has practiced many different types of magecraft, healing is the only one that fit him because of his magical aptitude, specialized in opening wounds. Kirei... Opening wounds. Kirei... Whoa, oh god. It's just jumped. Able to use his knowledge to extract command spells from the nervous system to the spiritual body rather than physically taking Shiro's left arm. He gets the feeling that Kirei has ripped it off. He realizes it was an illusion, but then sees fingers entering his arm. They're Kirei's fingers, transparent like a ghost, moving through his flesh, and after intense pain, he is left without any wounds. This action removes 2 strokes from the command spell, leaving only the pain. Despite this, he still cut off Bizette's arm to obtain her command spells. He's able to purify the poison given to Sakura to make her crestworms go out of control. Okay, so he's got healing. He is truly very Orzhov-coded, actually. It wasn't even just my wishful thinking. It's just true. Okay. He's relatively weak. He's a legendary planeswalker. Why is that not an option? Why is planeswalker not even an option? Chant, instant, interrupt, basic land creature. Legendary artifact, legendary creature, legendary enchant land, legendary enchantment artifact. Enchantment creature, legendary instant, legendary land creature, legendary sorcery. Yeah, They don't even have Planeswalker. That is so weird. Planeswalker. Subtype Master. Okay. So. I am thinking... Alright, so this is actually something that I think we should have done when developing the concept of Planeswalkers. Or not Planeswalkers, but the Masters. Which is, I don't actually think that they should have alts. I think they should all be weak Planeswalkers that only have basic abilities, because there are Planeswalkers like that. Let me just look at personal stuff. Card type, just give me Planeswalkers. Just show me all of them. Actually, you know what? Show me the normal rare Planeswalkers, because there are there's the mythic rares, which are the ones that everyone knows about, but there's also just normal rare ones. Yeah. So I feel like this is what we probably should have been aiming for. Like, Domri, Anarch of Bolas. Just has a base ability, creatures you control get +1/+0. You can +1 them to add red or green. Creature spells cast with those can't be countered. And he has a -2. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. They're very simple. And he doesn't have an ultimate. It's just 2 abilities that are neutrally strong. And I think that's what our Masters should have been. Alright. So. I don't think I'll give him a passive ability. I feel like that doesn't really fit him. I'm trying to think of a mechanic that could utilize his command spells, because he's got an entire sleeve of command spells. Okay, since we did stay consistent with giving every single servant the spirit type, we could have it be that he can give spirit type creatures a buff. So let me look up the wording for how type specific buffs. So what are spells that typically target a specific type of creature? Goblins? Could just do beasts. Target. It might not be accurate. Alright. You may give target spirit Is it spirit creature, or would it just be spirit? Alright, just a second. Give target beast. Okay. Give target goblin. Okay. Give target human. Target human. Alright. Put an indestructible counter on up to one target human. Okay. Give target creature. Is give not standard? Oh no. What's it called? Giant growth? Well, what's it called? Giant? Okay. Well, I mean, that worked. Okay. It's green. It's 1 mana. It's giant growth. Yeah. I typed that in. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Okay. The You May is very important for a Planeswalker ability, because it lets you activate it without a target. The You May give. Yeah, okay. Let me clear everything. You may give. Apparently that is a very uncommon wording. Right, may give. May give. Really? Okay. What do Planeswalkers that give temporary buffs look like? Planeswalker. Right, you know, let's just look at green Planeswalkers. Those are the ones that are probably most likely to just give buffs. Oh, he's back. No. Do any of these give sorcery speed buffs? Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn. There are very few Mays. Okay, here we go. Jianggu Yangu. Jiang Yangu. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Oh, you know what? I just want to have the May clause in there so that you can activate the ability without a target. Okay, what if... What if we It's not even in the color theme anyways. Okay. So he has an extensive amount of command skills on his arm that he can use to empower his buddies. What do we call that? Fit into the Orzhov color structure. I mean, we could do +1/+1 counters from the white identity of it, but that's not very Orzhov, is the thing. Okay, let me take a look at Orzhov Planeswalkers. What do these guys do? There's a lot of Kaya Planeswalkers. Oh my god. 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. How many Sorens are there? There's 5 Sorens and there are 7 Kaya. Soren, you're slacking. Jesus. Alright. And also, those are the only 2 Orzhov. Alright. Kaya Orzhov Usurper. This is probably the most Orzhov... She's got Orzhov in the name. Exile 2 target cards from a single graveyard. You gain 2 life if at least 1 creature was exiled this way. Your opponent loses 3 life. Prevail 2. Exile a card from a graveyard. Creatures you control gain Death Touch until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. That is a +1 of a 3-cost Planeswalker. And it's all creatures gain Death Touch, huh? Wow. Okay. So I guess I could use +1/+1 counters. That is still within the white color identity. But command spell buffs are temporary. Okay. I think... Okay, target spirit. Okay, just a second. Give me the wording. Okay. Put 2 +1/+1 counters. +1/+1. On target spirit. If that creature was tapped, this turn. I don't think it has to be specific to spirits either. Target creature. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. If that creature becomes tapped this turn, sacrifice it during your end step. It's a pretty good ability, I think. Standard, straightforward, not bad, not bad. Alright. Now that is the identity of the command spell. And also he used a command spell to tell Lancer to kill himself. So the command spells can make you stronger and simultaneously also make a servant kill themselves. So I think that works fine. Ability 2. This will be the Black Keys. No, I think Black Keys will be ability 3. Ability 2 will be healing. Okay. I'm thinking a recursion ability, since healing creatures doesn't do anything because they gain health all themselves. And since it is healing via creating injuries, I'm thinking target creature that costs 3 or less, return it from graveyard to the battlefield. Take damage equal to its base power. Alright. How do recursion effects look in text? Alright. Let me just type in from your graveyard into rules text. Okay. You know what, let me just mono black specify as well. Return from your graveyard to the battlefield. Is at least one way of saying it. You may mill 2 cards, then return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. From your graveyard to the battlefield. There's some really simple cards that just recur something from the graveyard to the battlefield, and that's what I'm looking for. Okay, it seems like return is the consistent and correct word. Also, return to play, from graveyard to play, instead of battlefield. But sometimes it's battlefield, sometimes it's to play. I think to play might be an outdated vernacular, and they consistently call it battlefield. Okay. Return target creature that costs... Okay. turn. Target creature that costs 3 or less. Graveyard to the battlefield. A -1/-1 token. Take damage equal to its power. Turn target creature that costs 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield with a -1/-1 token. No, it's a -1/-1 counter. Take damage equal to its power. So you're taking less damage because it has the -1/-1 counter, but it is also weaker because it has the -1/-1 counter. Alright, and his minus ability will be to create a black key. Okay. I need to see what the text looks like for creating artifact tokens. Okay, just a second. I also sent one of these to Mars in a message. So it's saved in here somewhere. Icing Death, that's it. When Icing Death Frost Tyrant dies, create Icing Death Frost Tongue, a legendary white equipment artifact token with equipped creature gets... Okay. You have to write the full text of it. Got it. Alright. Black keys. Black key. I guess it's only going to be singular. Create a black key. Alright, just a second. Equipment artifact token. Let me just search the text equipment artifact token. Alright, there's a handful of them. Okay. Create a colorless equipment artifact token named Black Keys. With black key. with. And then in the parentheticals, there we go. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. +0. Okay, let me also look up the slightly more complicated text of other equipment cards. Card subtype, equipment. So what I want you to be able to do is sacrifice the black keys to do damage, like you are throwing them. +1/+0. Period. Equipped creature. No, tap. Okay, just a second. There's a bow that does this, I think. Let me just type in bow into the card name text. Okay. Heart piercer bow. No, not quite. Equipped creature has tap. This creature deals 1 damage to any target. Okay. Equipped creature has. I need... Okay. Tap symbol? Yep, okay. Equipped creature has tap. Sacrifice any number of black keys. It should probably be capitalized because they're the name of it. This creature. Deal that much damage. I also want you to be able to distribute it as you wish. If I type distribute into rules text, distributing is usually for +1/+1 counters. Okay, what's a Magic the Gathering spell that distributes damage? Goblin used one in the Commander game a couple weeks ago. I forgot what it was called. It was mono red. What if I just type damage into the rules text? Choose card type, probably sorcery, and then exactly red. It's all very mono-targeting. Damage divided as you choose. How much damage? How's this looking in the text box? I'm gonna have to resize these. As you choose to any target? What is it? Okay. Let me just divide it as you choose. There's two O's in choose. Any number of targets divided as you choose. Two. Comma, divided as you choose. Period. Okay. End parentheses. So. Whoop. Oh no. How do I reset this? Can I even find it again? Oh. It's back. Okay. Here we go. Ability 1, height. I am modifying it. Oh, nope. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. All right. Ability 2's height. Oh, once again, wrong direction. Ability 3's height. Oh. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. I just don't want it to overlap quite so much with the loyalty text. Okay, there we go. Let's shrink 2 a little bit more, huh? All right. Ability 1 shift. Yeah, there we go. Ability 2 shift. Ability 3 shift. Let's just get that better centered. Okay. It's also not going to be a -7. That's like a -2 at most. And part of the payment for that one is taking damage, so it's fine at +0. Can this be a +2? You know what? I think it can. It's got a +2 and a -2. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And he can start on 3 loyalty as well, so that way he can immediately make a key without killing himself. So starting loyalty, where's that at? Loyalty, there we go. All right. It's probably fine. All right. So, give me the Holy Grail. I wonder, is there already a Holy Grail in Magic the Gathering? No. Now that's a surprise. Are there any grails? There's one, Soul Grail. Why isn't ad blocker blocking ads? Get rid of them. Oh, well. Okay. Um, Holy Grail artifact. Magus's Holy Grail? I mean, it's not the worst picture. Guess that's what I'm gonna have to go with. Save image. File name, Holy Grail. Can you save it as something other than a WebP? Oh my god. Worst file format that's ever been created. Alright. Open you in Paint, because for some reason Paint can do things that no other computer program can do, which is save a picture. Okay. Kotomine card properly saved. I can just refresh. Alright. I'll allow your ads, MTG Card Smith. Now stop being mad at me. Oh my god. I turned them off on this website. I'm gonna lose my mind. You don't even have visible ads for me anyways. I don't see them. And the ads on this website are still here. Ad blockers have never worked for me properly. They both do not block the ads, and they make the ads with anti-ad blockers mad at me, despite not blocking the ads anyways. Alright. Now then, we're going for a legendary artifact this time. Holy Grail. Regular, all the way down to the bottom. Legacy frames. I want a legendary artifact. Alright, we don't want the full exposed art like this, though. Etched? Perfect. Oh. Yeah. That is a bit of a problem. Okay. Oh, also the Hololive music stopped. All right. Yeah, none of these are good pictures. Fate Holy Grail. Just default text that. This one might work. And it's saving it as a JPEG. Wonderful. All right. Yeah. Okay. I don't think etched is what I was looking for, really. Colored artifact, no. I mean, it could be a colored artifact. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. No, I think it has to be a colorless. Oh, unless we do multicolored mana. Okay. There's a thought. Colored artifact. Plain gold. Yes, yes. Okay. Now, for the cost, I'm thinking 5 cost. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so there are 10 possible color combinations. Just a second. Let me also take a look at the, Okay. So I'm thinking we only do enemy colors. So that would be red, white, and red, black. Okay. So if we're doing enemy colors, that is red, white. Red and green are allied colors. Green and white are allied colors. White and blue are allied colors. White and black are enemy colors. Blue and black are allies. Red and blue are enemies. Black and red are allies. Black and green are enemies. Green and blue are enemies. So these are all of the enemy colors. And don't you just look a mess. Okay. So what we should do, because it'll look better, so we have red, white, white, black, black, green. So we're just moving this one to the end. So it does technically break canonical color order. However, it looks better because the two whites are next to each other, two blacks, two greens, two blues, and then the reds are on opposite sides, which, you know, nothing you can really do about that unless you create like a Mobius strip. The Greater Grail? The Holy Grail? Why does the text look weird? What happened? Why does the font look weird? What? Has the font always been serifed? Also, the thickness is wrong. That's really weird looking. It's a legendary enchantment artifact. Okay, there we go. Just didn't have a type, so it looked weird. Subtype? No, that's fine as is. Rules text. Alright. So, I'm thinking... Okay. No. It should be like a unique token type. A... Fat-fingered? Token... on this card. Okay, just a second. Put does not seem to be... Counter. Okay. Yeah. When a legendary creature dies, put a mana counter on this card. Oh, right. There was actually one other thing I wanted to do with the frames. Transform icon. What? Okay, transform icons. I don't know which one I want. That's Day and Night, that's Eldrazi, that's Discovering Land. This one is Pre-Planeswalker, Planeswalker. I guess it'll be one of these? Okay. Let me find an artifact that transforms. See what they use for the symbols. Card type, artifact. Rules text transform. Okay, looks like it's usually the triangle for it, but there's an upside down triangle equivalent afterwards. So that's weird. Okay, maybe I should do the proper frame for it then. Like an actual just transform frame. Okay. There's beyond. Just a second. Are there legendary? Yeah, there are legendary. Oh, interesting. So Azor's Gateway is a legendary artifact, but it doesn't have the legendary crown. However, Brass Tunnel Grinder is a legendary artifact, and it does have a legend crown. Erebus the Blinding Blade is a legendary artifact without a legend crown. Mesbonti the Great Door. I did not even attempt to read that correctly. There's not even a B in there. Matzalanti the Great Door is a legendary artifact with a legend crown. It's literally just going back and forth with legendary, with or without legend crowns on it. Okay, what if I go to regular? Can I get a transform regular? I suppose I could just put a legend crown on it. So that's white, blue, black, red, green, multicolored. This one's artifact, that one's land. Artifact legend crown, yeah, okay. Oh, but it should be, multicolored. Is there a legend crown for multicolored artifacts? Is it different? There is... Okay. I cannot tell. It doesn't seem like there's a difference. So that would be a gold legend crown. As well as... Transform... Transform... Regular front? Yeah, I suppose so. So that one. And also... transform icons, triangle. There we go. That's above everything, the up arrow, I'm pretty sure. There's not very much visual difference. All right. Well, anyways, I don't remember the color combination. Wonderful. All right, so we start with white, red, and then white, blue, and then blue, red, and then wait. White, red, white, blue. Oh no, not white, blue. Those are allied colors. Red, white. Alright. White's enemy colors are black and red. White, black. And then black, green. And then green, blue. And then blue, red. There we go. Oh. Oh, you know what? All right, just a second. Greater Grail. Ordinary enchantment artifact. I'm gonna have to do something that doesn't make much sense. I'm gonna have to make this devoid. And I can just slip in the reminder text as well. It's really short. Yeah, this card has no color. Because I don't actually know. What? That's weird. The italics marker broke. Okay. Because I think... Because Devoid is... I guess it's not exclusively Eldrazi. I thought it was. It's almost exclusively Eldrazi. You know what? I'm talking myself into it. It does actually make sense that the Grail is otherworldly in nature, because it is simply a hole through which we can access the source, or the root. So, making it devoid makes sense. Yeah, I was worried that might have happened. What is the text of Devoid? This creature has no color? This card has no color. Reminder text is in parentheticals. Counter. Not token, counter. I'm never gonna get that right. Alright. When a legendary creature dies, put a mana counter on this card. If there are 7 or more mana counters, transform it. Because just in case you're at 6 counters and 2 legendary creatures run into each other and die at the same time and you end up with 8, it'll still transform. Whenever there are. Card, comma, transform it. Okay. It should probably also have an ETB effect. Okay, yeah. Mana counter on this card. When there are 7 or more... Alright. What does it do when it enters the battlefield? Goad all creatures. Because it's starting the war. Okay. Yeah. And the goal with the color spread is that you would only ever need 3 colors of mana to cast this. So that does cut out some Master Servant combos, unfortunately. I could try and set it up so that you only ever need 3. I'd have to write that into the rules text somehow. I could give it Sunburst. I think that's what it's called, where it gets a bonus for each color of mana. Okay, yeah. But it wouldn't be Sunburst, because we don't want extra mana counters on it. Okay. So, I could just have it cost 5. 5 colorless, and then have, in effect, you may only use colored mana to pay for this. Yeah. Yeah? Doesn't feel as ceremonious just having a 5 slapped on there, though. We could just do colorless and colored. And keep it as devoid. I just kind of like how it lines up the way it does. The only problem is that we designed a lot of the masters and servants to be monocolored. Which means that in most circumstances, you only have 2 colors in your deck. And despite the fact that I designed this to be perfectly playable with only 3 colors of mana, the minimum amount that you could get with this sort of format. So, like, I could knock off 1 color, but that would make that 1 color way worse. It's so tricky. And I also haven't fully decided what it's going to transform into, either. Because it's a choice. It can either be just like the Grail hole in the sky that pours out mud, or it can be, you know, like Angramayu in the End of Heavens feel. You know what? Let's just make it 7 mana. Get rid of Devoid. Frame text. You are 7 mana. This card is... Okay, just a second. It is all colors. This card is all colors. You may only use colored mana to cast this spell. When this card enters the battlefield, goad all creatures. When a legendary creature dies, put a mana counter on this card. Whenever there are 7 or more counters on this, transform it. Alright. Should I have a tap ability? What if it's tap goad all creatures? Is that too strong? Goading everything? It might be. Okay. Let me see how often goad is used. And how limited its effect is. Alright, let's goad all. Yes, there is a sorcery called Disrupt Decorum. Costs 4 mana. Goad all creatures you don't control. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls deal combat damage to one or more of your opponents, you and the controller of those opponents each draw a card. Goad all creatures your opponents control. Until your next turn, those creatures can't block. Okay. Okay. Alright, I need to find the order of abilities as well. Artifact. An artifact with a when this enters effect and a tap effect. Alright, the tap effect is usually at the bottom. but transform effects are usually at the very, very bottom. Okay. When this creature enter the battlefield, goad all creatures. And then add a tap effect here. We'll add a cost to it as well. Four? No. 5. Does the cost come before the tap symbol? That looks wrong. Comma. There's a comma between them. Okay. So, the reason I set that at 5 was because there was a sorcery that costs 4 that goaded all enemy creatures. Since this is a repeatable effect, it should be more expensive, but also it has the downside of goading your own creatures as well. So, that's why I set it at 5. And also, goad is pretty strong. Yeah, they attack each combat, and they don't attack you, which is really strong. Okay, actually, goad all creatures. Increase the cost by 1 for each mana counter on this. Alright. This card is all colors. You may only use colored mana to cast this spell. When this card enters the battlefield, goad all creatures. Then, 5 and tap, goad all creatures. Increase the cost of this by 1 for each mana counter on this card. When a legendary creature dies, put a mana counter on this card. Whenever there are 7 or more counters on this card, transform it. Alright. Now, as for the back. It's probably going to be Anger Mayu. Alright, let me download this card first. Just to be safe. Greater Grail saved. Alright. Refresh the page, get a new card. Format, whatever it's called. Oh my god, I have to do this every time? It was already off. So I just turned it on and off again. Just make it feel a little bit more secure. Gotta really brush up this card editing app's ego. it doesn't feel too left out. All right. Okay. So I'm thinking one of the more monstrous grails. I mean, it's gonna be one of the more monstrous grails, of course. Probably Angramayu. Okay. Let's actually... Angramayu. Not the Avenger version. All the world's evils. This thing. I want a better picture, though. Do this one. So you can see the tip of Kirei's hair right there. It's really funny. All right. Let's see. All right. I will take this full-sized image here. And I will only use the relevant one. Which is the one to the far right. Alright. Art. Upload. We will use this. We could make it into like a saga and do that one. Huh. What would I do with a saga? Alright. What's this guy? Like, he doesn't even do anything. He would have become the Beast of Retribution. Interesting. Angramayu. Just a second. Angramayu has, like, accents on it, right? Doesn't it? Give me a second. Angramayu. Give me the non-Fate version. Like, the actual Zoroastrian. Okay. Art. Frames. Choose frame. Okay. So what if I do a saga? Like, that's the perfect framing for a saga. Could also do this one. It's not quite as perfect because it cuts off the edges. Oh, also... Alright, just a second. Can I get a transform icon on this at all? Especially not like the backside transform, probably not. Right, transform. Back, yeah. And they just won't give me the back transform icon either. I'm limited by this technology. Alright. Okay, well, at least give me a fancy back. Oh, that's an interesting constraint. If I zoom in far enough, I can't go as far to the left as I need. I can't use this one because the image is at the bottom of the screen. And zooming in far enough to get rid of everything on the extremities leaves it with really weird framing. Oh. I suppose I could pull it up like that. Alright, no, that works fine. Why has that not got its symbol? These have it. But the borderless back just doesn't get a symbol in its transform spot? It doesn't have the right transform symbol in the symbols. Transform. Yeah, because they've only got... Oh, wait. I don't know why they needed that whole thing to have the downward facing arrow, but whatever, you do you. Alright, oh, this could also use a legend crown. Hello, Penelope. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm still here. I didn't think I was going to be going this long, but, I sort of just got my wind once I was going. Gotta put... This legend crown? Yes. The legend crown goes behind the frame. As previously discovered. Okay. Oh, and also the picture moved again. I see. Yeah. Alright. So once again. Alright. There we go. Okay. So, and since you've shown up, I'll just go back over what I've already done for today. So the first thing I did was Kirei Kotomine, Overseer. Oh, I did not give him a legend crown. Whoops. Okay. So I sort of designed him backwards because I wanted to have a black-white planeswalker that was low cost. Who am I working? Right now I'm working on something special. I'll explain it after this. So I did Kirei Kotomine first. And I was talking about when I was making him. Yeah. Unfortunate. When I was making him, I was talking about how I wanted to not have the planeswalkers have sort of an ultimate on their big minus. So I just sort of gave him pretty standard abilities. The +2, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. If that creature becomes tapped this turn, sacrifice it during your end step. So that is a combination of two things. He can use his command spells, because he's got an entire sleeve full of command spells on his arm. He can use his command spell to power up a servant, and he can also use his command spells to tell servants to kill themselves. So that's sort of combining those two into one. So that's... You can power up a servant and they can't attack this turn unless they have vigilance. And they can't, like, activate any tap abilities or anything like that. Yeah. I liked this one too. And then his 0 is return target creature that costs 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a -1/-1 counter, and then you take damage equal to its power. So this is something that I forgot and never really remember anyways, is that Kirei has he has a lot of healing magic, apparently. He's a good at healing magic, but it's very painful when he does it. So that's what the -1/-1 and dealing damage to yourself symbolize. And he can also offset the -1 counters with his command spells by putting +1s on them. If a creature has a -1/-1 counter on it and a +1/+1 counter on it, they both go off of it, so they disappear. And then his minus ability is to create black keys. Those are artifact tokens that you can equip to your creatures. I forgot to give it an equip cost. Unfortunate. There's room on the card to do it. I'll have to go back and do that whenever. And I might not. Depends if we ever even use the cards. Probably be an equip cost of 1. Honestly, I'd make it 1/2 if I could. Honestly, I might even just make it equip cost 0. And then you can sacrifice all of the black keys on a creature to deal damage. Because he throws the keys. His little swords. And usually when you throw a weapon, they get destroyed. Alright. Anyways, that's Kirei. The other card that I made, the second card, is the Greater Grail. I decided to take a break from Masters and Servants and make a artifact. Ugh. And this one was tricky. I went through a couple of iterations. I made it 7 mana because you need 7 servants to fill the Grail in order to activate it. And despite it being colorless, I said this card is all colors. You may only use colored mana to cast this spell. You know what? If it's all colors, then you can only put it in a WUBRG deck. A full color deck. I think. Okay. Okay. I think I might have to go back to the drawing board on the cost of this. Maybe it should say, when this card is on the field, it is all colors. So that way when deck building, it's not all colors, so you can put it into your deck. I think that, I don't know, maybe that wording works. Yeah. And you may only use colored mana to cast this spell. So you can't, like, Soul Ring it out. So you can't ramp up to it, because colored mana is a lot harder to produce than colorless mana. So it also has the effect when it enters the battlefield, goad all creatures. Goad as a keyword means that every single creature you control must attack. So that is to symbolize the Grail War beginning, right? So when the Holy Grail enters the battlefield, the war begins. Everyone has to attack. Goad's kind of strong, though, because when a creature is goaded, you cannot attack the player that goaded it. So when you play this, everyone else has to fight between each other, which is not... I mean, it's really good for you, but it might be a bit too strong, I feel. But anyways. And then it has a repeatable goad effect, tapping for 5. It gets harder and harder to use as time goes on. And then when a legendary creature dies, you put a mana counter on the Grail, and whenever there are 7 or more counters on the Grail, transform it. So that is to symbolize in the Holy Grail War, after 7 servants die, the Greater Grail is filled, and the wish happens. And now I am working on the back side of it, which is, what's it called? Roll to see if the card gets goaded? Yeah, and there's probably ways to do that. I'd probably have to get rid of, like, the ETB and just make it a repeatable effect, because that would be a lot of text on the card. And just make the initial cost, like, 1, and then it can increase in cost from there, which is probably not the worst. But anyways, now we're working on, a second, could I? Yes, I did. Anja Mayu. Angramayu, all the world's evil. Okay, I guess that symbol does not work. I will use the, Angramayu, all the world's evil. Card type. I think this turned into just an enchantment. It lost its artifact text. Alright. There we go. Is worlds pluralized? How is worlds look? Control F. All worlds evils. Evils is plural. Worlds is possessive. Angramayu, all the world's evils. It doesn't have a mana cost because it's a flipped card. It is a legendary enchantment. Everything's fine. I have to figure out what this thing does. I have no idea. Okay. Backside of this card. Oh, got it. My name is Anna May think. Ooh. It's hard to figure out what the end of that is. How am I doing? I'm doing well. What am I thinking, Apron? Do I even have a proper command for that? How do I put on my apron? Also, if I put on my apron, my arms go under it. I probably got the command for that sitting around somewhere. Just a second. This isn't visible, right? Ah, it's Melody. Hello, Melody. My name is a name, I think. No, it's my name is Anna May. Anna May. Alright, item scene hotkeys. Do I not have the apron? Huh. I guess I don't have the apron on a hotkey. I've got this, though. Oh, do I not? How do I put that on? What is this, Overwatch? No. Not at all. Oh, anime. Mei, as in Mei from Overwatch. Mei is Antarctican. She's from Antarctica. All right. Well. Okay. Let's stop thinking. Oh, it's a shield. I can utilize the apron as a shield. New techniques never thought possible. Alright. If I'm wearing the apron, I probably shouldn't be wearing my coat jacket. I was sworn she was Canadian? She's Chinese. I don't know if she's from China. But, her lore is that she was on a research station in Antarctica. And then, she got put into cryo-sleep for, like, 30 years or something. Maybe it was only 10. I don't... Oh, God, hello, Teddy. He normally doesn't jump up that way. Alright. Angramayu, what do you do? Okay. I'm thinking board wipe. Each player selects 2 non-land permanents. Destroy all other non-land permanents. No, that's not the effect of an enchantment. Oh my... I need to get him to I need to get him something to rub his face against other than the arm for my mic stand. Because he will not leave that thing alone. It's very difficult to get anything done. Okay. Maybe not a board wipe. That's just kind of too easy and too simple, really. Maybe I could make it like a really powerful double-edged sword. So... have it be like a really strong effect, but if you do not fulfill a condition, you lose the game, sort of thing. But what would that be? And, okay. So, in the situation, what character are you? Is another important question. Because if you're trying to awaken Angramayu, or if you're trying to stop Angramayu, so you've filled the goblet, but which side are you actually on in this case? And what does Angramayu do? This is a tricky one. Because Angramayu never actually gets to do anything. Oh my god. Alright, I need to get, like, something to clip onto the side of this that he can rub into. He just stood up and instantly went for the mic arm. Alright, there we go. I've got him into his favorite position. This is the spot where it's easiest for me to scratch his head. He usually doesn't leave here if I just keep going at it. Alright. Yeah, that's the big problem with this is that when Angramayu hatches, I don't want him any wilder than he already is. Or high as it ends up. I feel like it's a coin flip as to how catnip affects cats. Okay. How is Angramayu gonna help you? Because it's a pretty difficult condition to fulfill, so you want it to be something good. That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, that's my desk. I don't like it when you're there, Teddy. Can you come back over here? I don't even know why you did that. I've been petting you this entire time. Normally you do that when I stop petting you and you want to get in front of my monitor to distract me. You little devil. Alright. What is Angramayu? So, this is a very tricky question to answer. So, in Fate, specifically in the Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero timeline, Angramayu is a servant from the Third Holy Grail War. The events of Fate Zero are the fourth. The events of Fate Stay Night are the fifth. Angramayu was a servant from the Fourth Holy Grail War. Or Third Holy Grail War. And what happened was the Einsburn family, which is the family with the homunculuses and Ilya and Iris Vale and all that, they summoned a Berserker servant, but they modified the summoning to try and make him stronger to turn him into an Avenger class servant. So instead of a Berserker, he was an Avenger. And that was Angramayu. Angramayu is a Zoroastrian deity who's basically their version of the devil. But the servant that got summoned was an exceptionally weak servant who was only good at killing humans, is the general description that Angramayu is usually given. So he's terrible at fighting other servants, and he dies fairly early on. However, since he is basically Satan, the devil, and all of the world's evil, when he is killed and his essence is put into the Grail, he's so evil that he corrupts the Grail itself, making it evil from that point onwards. And that's why whenever someone tries to get a wish granted from the Grail, it's like, well, I could just kill everybody instead of granting your wish. And that's why the Grail is flawed. And it's just corrupted at all from that point onwards. And And at the end of the Heavens Feel route of Fate's Day Night, Angra manages to manifest in this sort of pillar shape like we see before us. And he is described as being unborn at that point. He's trying to be born into the world. And apparently, if I'm remembering the lore correctly, if Sakura manages to reach the Angra Tower, she will give birth to Angra, I think, because she's evil Sakura at that point with the white hair. She needs to get uncorrupted from the influence of the Lesser Grail that she's carrying within her, which is also tainted by a fragment of Angra power, because the Lesser Grail is a fragment of the Greater Grail. And yeah, so what I'm trying to do is figure out what the Angra at the end of the Heavens Feel route does, because it doesn't do anything. It sort of just stands there in the background while Kirei Kotomine tries to defend it and Shiro Emiya tries to destroy it. And they end up punching each other in front of it a lot. Yeah. And then after Shiro wins, he doesn't know how to destroy it. Or no, he knows how to destroy it, but destroying it will kill him and, like, erase him from existence. And then Ilya comes by and is like, don't worry, I got this. And she also helps him destroy it by going into the Grail. And she uses the third true magic in order to stop Shiro from super dying, because Shiro was already dying. At that point in the story, Shiro had, like, used all of his mana, and used more of his mana than he would ever have in his lifetime or something. So his body was just super dying. And when Ilya goes into the Grail, she uses the third true magic to separate Shiro's soul from his body, so his body dies, but his soul is able to, like, float around for a couple of months. And then a mage drops by and is like, oh, there's a soul floating around here. And they shove him into a puppet. And then the puppet becomes Shiro. And he's able to live happily ever after as a puppet with a boy's soul in it. And that's the ending of the Heavens Feel route. MTG work, you can make it transform into a different card. Yes, that's called a meld card. Meld cards exist. However, this is already a transform card, so you cannot have a card that transforms into a meld card, unfortunately. Here, let me pull up meld cards. Meld. Yeah, Shiro is Pinocchio. So, I want, like, the actual visual example of how the meld cards look. Here we go. So, these cards are printed so that on one side they look like this, and then you flip them over, and they are sideways half of a card. So you get Titania, Voice of Gaia, and on the flip side, you just get the top half, which is the art, and then you have Argoth, Sanctum of Nature, and on the bottom half, it's that part. So you flip them over and you combine them together to create one big card. So those exist. They're called meld cards. Yeah. I really like meld cards. There's only like a handful of them. And I actually own 2 halves of a meld card. I have, it's like the weakest one. I have Hanwire, the Writhing Township. Wait a second. Here we go. So I have Handwire Garrison and Handwire Battlements, and they combine into Handwire, the Writhing Township. So I actually own both of those cards. So I've got this. And it's pretty cool. I think I also own Bruna. I think I have Bruna the Fading Light as well. But I don't have Gazella the Broken Blade. So. Kind of unfortunate, but whatever. Yeah. And there's probably a handful that can become meld cards. But yeah, unfortunately, this cannot be a meld card because it's already a transform card. Unless there's some way to invent a third back to a two-dimensional object, I think we're unfortunately stuck with this. So what I'm thinking of doing is having it recreate the events of the End of the Heavens Feel movies. Which is Shiro and Kirei Kotomine having a fight in front of it. Yeah. Make it a cube, like Dungeon Dice Monsters. Okay. So... like, the ideal would probably be if we are going like it's the final fight in front of the altar at the end of the world. Each player sacrifices all creatures except for one. So you have one creature and all of your opponents have one creature. And then they fight. But that's kind of just a boring effect. Here, let me... Are you using two cards? I mean, we can't really. Because it's the front and back of the same card. So it's technically only one card. Yeah, Ariman. Oh. They chose Angramayu, though. Transform, card type, enchantment. Teddy's back, by the way. He just never leaves. Huh, buddy? I'm stuck with you? Alright. So, are there any... Alright. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may put it in the graveyard. Then if you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard, you may search... transform it. It transforms into a land. I don't want the ones that transform into lands. Here, maybe I can, is not a land. I do not want the enchantments that transform into lands. I want enchantments that transform into other enchantments. Alright. Oh, I guess that just stopped the front of the card from being a land. Alright. Growing Rights of Itlimoc turns into a land. Everything turns into lands. What? Oh, that's weird. Path of Metal. You're an enchantment that transforms into a land. Alright. Side quest card collection. You're an enchantment that turns into a car. Hunt the Monk. You are an enchantment that turns into a dragon. You're an enchantment that turns into a land. I'm starting to get the feeling that there aren't any enchantments that turn into different enchantments. That's actually pretty uncommon, apparently. Yeah, it seems like, they like to change what they are when they transform. And it makes sense, I guess. Yeah, and it wasn't a car, it was like a magic flying thing or whatever, but it was a vehicle. So... how to explain it? There's a type of magic cards that are vehicles. And how vehicles work is you can tap one of your creatures to turn the vehicle into a creature, quote unquote. So that it's basically like, what if the creature was piloting the vehicle? Is sort of the meta narrative there. But most people just say all vehicles are cars. It turns into a car. Hello. Meow meow. Yeah, so most transform cards actually change what they are when they transform. They don't just turn into something else. Although I guess it went from an artifact into an enchantment. So that's sort of different. Right. Transform. Card type. Artifact. Alright. Yeah, all these are gonna turn into lands, I can tell. Oh, that artifact turns into an artifact. Okay. Chalice of Life. Tap it to gain 1 life. Then if you have at least 10 or more life, 10 more life than you're starting, transform it. And then when it transforms, you tap it to deal 5 damage to target player. That's the closest thing we've come to what I'm looking for. Another artifact that turns into an artifact. Oh, that's kind of funny. Mysterious Tome. You tap it to draw a card, and then you tap it to freeze an enemy creature. And it turns back into its first form, and you just go back and forth over and over again. And it's a book. And you're, like, flipping through its pages. Is the, meta-narrative of that. Dowsing device, I bet you find a land, you sure do. Foreboding statue. What a weird card. Huh. Right, Heirloom Mirror. That's just a demon. Oh right, I was here to look at backsides of cards, see what sort of effects you really want. Creature tokens you control lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may transform Puppet Factory. Okay, so that's like a back and forth sort of thing. Okay, free graveyard recursion. If you cast a permanent spell, comes a copy of it. Alright, backsides of cards are usually pretty strong. It's a pretty big payoff. You need to have had 7 entire legendary creatures die. You can pull from your opponent's creatures as well. So it's not impossible to fulfill. Oh, there's a system update. My phone just let me know. Alright. Just give me back to enchantments. I just want to see what the, I specifically want to see what the backside... Like, when something turns into an enchantment. Because a lot of these start as enchantments. Very few of them end up as enchantments. And the ones that end up as enchantments are usually creatures. That are sagas. Oh, you know what? By typing rules text transform, that's only giving me the front side. Wait a second. Because only the front side... Whoops. Transforms. Transforms is what it says on the backside, because it transforms from. Alright. This creature transforms into blah blah blah. Transforms is unfortunately also a keyword of a different ability. Okay. Let me also switch it to is enchantment. Nothing? I guess when it transforms... Are there, like, no things that transform into enchantments? That's weird. Chat disconnected. Uh-oh, did my stream die? Successfully reconnected. Hope nothing too bad happened. Yeah, by the way, I'm in the path of all the smoke that's coming from the forest fire in Ontario, so... Everything's a nice shade of yellow outside from all the smoke in the clouds. So, weather's kind of bad here. It's not great. Oh. Library. Okay. And Conqueror's Foothold is one of my favorite transforms cards. It turns into a land that just lets you do a bunch of different things. Yeah, a lot of the things that get transformed into are either lands or creatures. Very rarely is it anything else. It's kind of rare for it to transform into an enchantment. Honestly, it might not even be a thing that happens. I've only ever seen it transform into an artifact, a creature, or a land. I don't think I've ever seen one that's transforming into an enchantment. Maybe I'm breaking ground. Brand new thing. Yeah, it's like entirely lands. Don't breathe in. I mean, I've been indoors most of the day. That's fine. I do live in a valley, though, so, you know. I think that means that heavy... No, smoke isn't heavy. Smoke is light. So I'm probably fine. Because when you're in a burning building, you should get low to the ground so that you can breathe in the clean air that's still on the floor. So I'm safe. Damn. We just been stuck here for a while. Not much about smoke. And it's just, smoke's like airborne particulate. It's, ash. Right? That's just very, very fine ash that's raised up into the air. Because you can catch smoke. If you've got... Yeah, like if you light a match and you hold... like something metal over the top of it, it'll get like a greasy smudge on it, and that's the smoke. That's the smoke that's collected on the thing above the match. So it's just like greasy particulate matter that's floating in the air and, you know, gets in water droplets and all that good stuff that's great to breathe in. Healthy for you, actually. Gives you anti-cancer. Alright. You won the game. I think that's probably good. It's so difficult. It's so difficult because Angra Mayu doesn't do anything. He just sits there and is like, please let me be born so that I can kill everyone. Okay. I think I've got something. Just a second. I need to figure out how to phrase this. Is there a Once per turn clause. Nope. There is a single card that has once per turn in its rules text. I guess it could be a tap effect, but I don't really... Ooh. The beginning. What? There's cards that say at the beginning of your upkeep or at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. During the beginning? Just type in the beginning. What if I just type in beginning? Okay, the beginning did it. Alright, let's find something with simple rule text. At the beginning of your end step, choose one. Okay. At the beginning... There's two ends in beginning. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase. Oh, why is beginning still wrong? Okay, whatever. The beginning of your pre-combat main phase. Exile a card from your graveyard. Yeah, comma if you do. And then is there another comma? No, I don't think so. Spirit creature token? Okay. Actually, exile from your graveyard. If you do, okay. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may exile a creature card. from your graveyard. If you do, target non-creature artifact. Target non-creature artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to the exiled creatures and gains their text box. How do you say that in actual rules? Let's just type in text. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sort of basing the idea of this off of a silver border card. Silver border cards. Also, my music ran out. Let's put on Silksong music. It starts out with the best Silksong song. Yeah. So there's a thing called silver border cards. Those are from the joke sets, because every now and then they do joke sets with cards that sort of cheat and do things that don't make sense in the actual normal game. So let's see, there's a silver border card here called Every Thingamajig. Move a counter from one permanent onto another. If the second permanent refers to any kind of counter, the move counter becomes one of those counters, otherwise it becomes a +1/+1 counter. And that's kind of actually a normal effect by the standards of modern Magic. Graveyard Busybody. All graveyards are also your graveyards. Graveyard Busybody's power and toughness are equal to the number of cards with flavor text in your graveyards. So they refer to weird things like flavor text and stuff like that, and they have effects that don't make sense for, like, normal cards to have. Like, there's one called Frazzled Editor, and he's writing on his own card with, like, red markers. Hello, Teddy. Welcome back. Are you here to annoy me again? Oh, you're such a hassle. You're so annoying when I'm streaming. You occupy an entire arm and then you don't even sit down forever. But anyways, there's a card called Do-It-Yourself Seraph, who is 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Whenever Do-It-Yourself Seraph attacks, you may search your library for an artifact card, exile it, then shuffle your library. Do-It-Yourself Seraph has the text box of each card exiled with Do-It-Yourself Seraph in addition to its own. That's kind of the effect that I'm going for, but trying to make it, you know, coherent with normal Magic. When this creature enters the battlefield, tap target player. That's Teddy's effect as a Magic card. He's a 0/1. 1 black mana. As long as this card is on the battlefield, you have to put your hand face down and play blindfolded. You're a nuisance. A right pain. Yeah. Teddy starts eating your cards. Toughness to the exiled creatures. Alright, so I think in non-silver border text, it's called effects. Because it's generally called effect text. No, this is not gonna give me anything. Because it's just giving me the definition for indestructible over and over again. Which says effects that would destroy this don't destroy it. Alright, what if I type effect text? Is that like actual MTG lingo? It's not. Okay. Oh my god, I'm covered in cat hair and my face is so itchy right now. Because it's really hot, so I'm sweaty, which means that my hand is picking up more cat hair than normal. It's just sticking to me. Ugh, Teddy. You're killing me. He's actually just unsatisfiable. You cannot control him. He stepped onto my desk because he was feeling bored and he was like, oh wait, he only pets me when I'm sitting on my cat tree. I'm gonna go back to my cat tree. You're so stupid, Daddy. And it's making me so difficult to search rules text because I know you can transfer the effects of a text box onto another thing in normal Magic. I just don't know how. Oh my god, my face is so itchy now. Teddy, you're ruining me. You're killing me, Teddy. You don't even care, do you? Just peacefully sit around loafing. You dummy. Alright. Okay, in addition. Alright. The beginning of your first main phase until your next turn, Absorbing Man becomes a copy of up to one target artifact, non-aura enchantment, or land, except his name is Absorbing Man. He's a legendary 4/4 human villain creature. In addition to his other types, he has Vigilance. That's sort of what I'm looking for. Oh! No. Doesn't have the text box condition on that one. I just want to know the actual... Okay, Teddy left. Abilities? abilities of the exiled card? Can be countered. Okay, wait. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control with a +1/+1 counter have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. Okay. Creature's toughness. Okay, becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to the exiled creatures. And has all abilities. Card. Okay, at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, target non-creature artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to the exiled creatures and has all abilities of the exiled card. Okay. I think that's it. I think I've done it. Oh my god. So this is... It's not... It's literally not the effects of Angra Mainyu, it's the effects of what happens when you defeat Angra Mainyu, but... Whatever. I could just change the title of the card to be The Defeat of Angra Mainyu, which might make more sense. Plain text. Right, capitalized. The Defeat of Angra Mainyu. Okay. Ugh. I feel like I should put, like, some flavor text on here. I want, like, a quote or something. The alignment of being Angra Mainyu, all the world's evil, is a curse that has put all of the evil in the worlds into one person. That who became Angra Mainyu, not a very useful ability, as it only grants the servant's soul an alignment directed towards killing people, even after when it takes the form of directionless, alignmentless magical energy after losing its shell of its class. Oh my god. Ugh. No. Anyways, god, that was difficult. Here, what if I... Angra Mainyu, Avenger. Void font. You have any fun quotes, Angra? Could do a card for Angramayu. Because he's a guy. Oh, okay. FGO Wiki. Angra, give me Angra. What are his quotes? All right. Dialogue. Here we go. Hey there, weakest heroic spirit avenger. I responded immediately when I heard your call. That's what he says when you summon him. Alright, bond level 1. I'll keep saying this, but I'm the weakest of all servants. That's me. Don't think about taking me into battle. He's so funny. He is also the weakest servant in Fate Grand Order. Might be a dirt cheap weirdo with an infinite number of lives, but you're working me too hard. Give it up and find yourself a more user-friendly servant. What? You're just being stubborn now. You'll drag me around until the end. He's so funny. He doesn't say anything cool. He's kind of a joke. Dirt cheap weirdo. Yeah. He's a little weirdo. Oh wait, let's see. Where was the dirt cheap one? Because we can play these and listen to them. Hello? Play.
お前さんね、
Oh god,
俺が
that's
一
so
山
loud.
いくらのサーバントでも古希使いすぎだろう。いい加減もっと使い勝手のあるサーバントを。何？こうなったら意地だ？最後まで連れ回してやるだと？
Oh, it's loud. That's Angra. Didn't actually look that loud on the volume. Let me turn up the background music. I feel like that might be like barely audible. So loud and he sounds familiar. I don't know, who's he voiced by? Terashima Takauma. Boy, that's a real lineup of characters. He's Angramayu, Thomas Edison, and Roland. I was gonna say he might be the voice of Shiro since he borrows Shiro's body. Like if we take a look at his design, he's borrowing Shiro's appearance to manifest. Oh, hello, Aqua. Welcome. Yeah. So I thought he might have the same VA as Shiro, but he does not. Right. It does really feel like this is missing something. What do enchantments with a lot of text on them look like? Let's just search for mythic rare enchantments. No, I guess that's just what the text boxes look like. It feels a bit top heavy. Because normally it's narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. But I think that's just the effect of the formatting of this, and it doesn't actually matter. And center the text. Nope, that does not look any better. All right. I'm not too happy with these cards. They're sort of whatever, but I don't know, it's the best I'm gonna come up with. I've sat on this side of Angra Mainyu for like over an hour at this point. Ugh. So I think I can go for one more card, probably. I don't know what I'm gonna do, though. Let's open Fate Grand Order. And take a look at my my guys. See who I want to... Oh, there's data update. Alright, probably won't take that long. Asterios? Asterios is sort of like a nothing guy, unfortunately. I have no idea what I would do with him. He's not in the story very much. What events are you in? Roll. Yeah, he shows up in the first singularity. And that's it. That's the only time he shows up. First singularity. That's the only time he is in the story. And this is the entirety of what he does in the story. So, you know. Oberon, I could do Oberon. Oberon could be a meld. Oberon does a lot of stuff. Okay. But if I do Oberon as a meld, then that means that I would need to design 3 cards. So I don't think I will do a meld. Yeah. It's not a great... That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen Teddy do. He jumped up onto his cat tree, walked onto my desk, and then jumped off. He just made a big circle. That was really weird. Okay. Merlin's an option. Merlin and Oberon hate each other. We're going with my favorite servants. Himeko's not a bad one. I really like Himeko. He punches very hard. Could do Super Orion. Love Merlin. Such a little weirdo, Merlin. He could have like a fog effect as well. Yeah, Merlon and Oberon hate each other. There's first Hassan. I really like him. What about my 4 stars? I don't know these guys as well. I only use 5 stars because they're better. I only play to the meta. And Mash. Mash is a pretty obvious one. Okay. So I need to choose... You know, I could do Asterios, and he could just be simple. Simple and clean. Alright. Does Asterios have a really cool craft essence? Where he's by himself? No, I think I just use his final ascension. He shouldn't be too difficult. He's got his labyrinth. Asterios. Okay. So, his first skill increases... Really? That's his... Oh, those are append skills. First skill, okay. Monstrous Strength. He gives himself an attack boost. Second skill. This is upgraded. Yeah, so it started as Natural Demon, which is a debuff resistance and a defense boost. And it upgraded into... increase for chaotic allies and demonic. Chaotic and demonic allies. Plus crit stars. And then the last one is crit star absorption, 1 turn buster buff. Okay. And his Noble Phantasm reduces all enemies' attack, reduces... and also reduces their attack and defense for 1 turn. It's a 6-turn debuff, which I think is the longest lasting debuff in the game. Alright. So. Let's get him in here. I'm thinking he's definitely a mono green. Regular. Legacy frames. This is a mono green legendary creature. For sure. Despite all the red he's got on him, he's definitely mono green. Honestly, green-white might work. No, mono green. Alright. Oh, he also needs... add-ons, attack and power, green, text, okay. His name is Asterios. Yeah, the red in his design is a bit off from everything, but I don't know. There's probably a mono green character that's got red in their design. Let's look it up. Clear all. Give me green exactly. Card type, creature, super type, legendary. Ashia, Soul of the Wild. That's one red thing, and it's mono green. Bartson Boko is a legendary creature, and he's got a bright red cape on. It's pretty uncommon, but it does happen. Most of these people are green, though. Devil Dinosaur. That's a bright red dinosaur. And it's a mono green. A lot of these guys are wearing green clothes. Alright. Yeah, and it's fine. Asterios. What's your title, Asterios? Yeah, also known as the Minotauros. Who would have guessed? I know that. Asterios. It's something to do with the labyrinth. Labyrinth Guardian. Bull of the Labyrinth. We'll just go with Labyrinth Guardian. Asterios, Labyrinth Guardian. Child of the Labyrinth. That's not bad. I don't know if that'll fit, though. He can't be any more than 2 green. So he's 2 green. Alright, card type. You are a legendary creature. Subtype. What's it called? Spirit Minotaur. I'm pretty sure Minotaur is a type. Also, it's doing this fun thing where it decides it wants to keep the text black, despite the fact that on borderless cards the text is white. So I'll fix that at the end. Actually, you know what? I'll just fix it now. Frame text. Color. It also just does not like to do it sometimes. Text, white. Especially for this one, the one in the middle. Hey. What if I told you to make the text this color, and then I told you to make the text white? For some reason, that works more consistently than trying to make the text white to begin with. I don't know why. Okay. Let me take a... What is in Magic the Gathering? What do Minotaurs do, usually? Alright. Haste, Trample, First Strike... They sort of do anything. Haste, Mentor... Whenever it attacks, you may put an instant or sorcery from your graveyard onto the bottom of your library. Whenever an instant or sorcery... Brooding Brawler enters, discard a card. That one doesn't have any text on it at all. It's just a 4/3 for 4. Minotaurs are also mostly red. Asterios is very much not a red creature. I'm gonna say 96% of these Minotaurs are red. There's a couple that are red-black, there's some that are red-green. I do not think there was a single mono-green Minotaur. Alright, literally just looking at Minotaurs, I think I have to make him red-green. Yeah, it's not a choice that I get to make. It's just what Minotaurs are in Magic the Gathering. Borderless. Red-green. Stereos. I have to do that thing again. Child of the Labyrinth. 1 green, 1 red. Legendary creature, Spirit Minotaur. I don't know why that works, but it does. It just doesn't like changing the text to plain white. Alright. Let's get the art recentered. It was also really good music. Alright. What do you do, Asterios? So, the idea for what he does with his powers is he traps his enemies in a maze where he has home field advantage. That's sort of like his ability. Magical Beast, Anti-Hero, typical Berserker class mainly relying on brute strength. Combat, he wields a pair of axes which are represented in the Labrys and Abyss skill. Despite his strength, he falls short when compared to other strong Greek heroes. In the Okeanos Singularity, when even having the aid of Ritsuka Fujimaru's party, Asterios was only barely able to take one of Heracles' 12 lives. And had it not been for Heracles being focused on retrieving Eurydice during their fight, Asterios wouldn't have stood a chance. He's Mad Enhancement B rank. Personal skills, Monstrous Strength, Natural Demon. Born a monster, as opposed to a hero or god that has fallen down to the level of a magical beast, Asterios has attained a rank of strength and endurance which is impossible for a human body. Labrys of the Abyss. The pair of giant axes Asterios owns symbolizes the labyrinth and the source of that very word. It was originally a two-headed axe, but Asterios rearranged it into 2 separate axes. Asterios' noble phantasm is Chaos Labyrinth, the manifestation of the labyrinth that secluded him when he was alive. A greater magecraft almost equal to a reality marble, it is built in the underside of the world. Asterios only needs to remember the labyrinth he used to live in to manifest it, with the difficulty of navigating it being befitting the popular conception of a labyrinth. Once manifested, it will not disappear until either Asterios is defeated or Asterios eliminates all his opponents. Even if it disappears, it is possible to manifest it again after some time. However, it does not have a different layout from the anterior one, so those trapped inside a second time could more easily escape, as one cannot get lost in a solved labyrinth. So he makes a labyrinth, and he traps you. He traps you, and he's kind of strong. So probably a fog effect. Stop combat damage. Might be an exhaust ability? Just a second. How do you write exhaust abilities? Okay. Exhaust. My god, I had so much trouble spelling that. Oh my god, I remembered it. I remembered the alt command for an M dash. It's alt 0151. Alright. So, exhaust. One green. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think this should be a one-sided fog. Creatures your opponent control. Opponent's control. Deal no combat damage this turn. That's pretty good. He has a one-sided fog, but he can only use it once. Sort of like how every time he uses the labyrinth, it doesn't change. So he has to defeat his opponent the one time, and he cannot use it again because they know the layout of the labyrinth after that. So you can use it once. And it's a very powerful, one-sided damage negation. So he should probably have, like, 6-2 stat line. Oh, I forgot to give him power and toughness for the frame. I hope this doesn't resize the art and mess up all the text, but it probably will. Oh, thank God. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, so sort of like the idea of what I did with making him a 6-2 is I think he should also have like one more ability. Like do one other thing. 'Cause he basically gives all your guys first strike. I'm trying to think of a way that you can refresh his ability more easily. Because exhausts... So, if Asterios gets taken out, then you resummon him, his ability is unexhausted. The exhaust only lasts for as long as he sticks around for. And especially if he is a commander, then you'll be able to resummon him really easily and get the exhaust again. So I'm trying to think of a way... that you could do that slightly more easily, like self-contained within the card. But that's a... So the easy way to do it is to flicker, which means just have an ability that says, exile this card, return it to the battlefield under your control. But that's a white ability. Only white cards do that. I just typed in red flicker on Google Images. Just to see if there's anything sort of equivalent. Very uncommon. Most of these are create a token that's a copy of this creature. Yeah, no real easy way to flicker him. Creatures your opponents control deal no combat damage this turn. One-sided fog. Alright. Okay. He reduces... So that's the effect of that. Reduce all enemies' attacks. It massively reduces their attack by reducing it to 0. Because they're trapped in the labyrinth. First skill, he boosts his strength. That is represented by his high attack power. Second skill, he increases the buster performance for allies that are chaotic and demonic. I want some sort of ally buff. Oh, okay. Let's have Exhaust be the second ability, because I think that works better. Control. Get... +2/+0. Servant. All right. And swap the text white. You know what? I could probably also put the servant reminder text on him, since he's got a short ability. Let me just find the servant reminder text that I used. Who'd I put it on? Did I put it on Artoria? Nope. Put it on a Herc? Yes. It's really funny that both of the berserkers get the reminder text on them because they have such short effects. That's how berserkers go. Servant. This is in italics. Okay. You have two commanders, if the other is a master. Sacrifice this creature at the end of your turn if you do not control a master. There's a master. Sacrifice this creature at the end of your turn if you do not control a master. Alright. Nice simple boy. And since he has red-green color identity, that makes him a bit more useful. Since he is he just gives you access to more colors, is the main thing. So you can theoretically run a tri-color deck, or even a quad-color deck, because there are two Orzhov masters now. Two black and white masters. There we go. He's a simple lad. I haven't been putting watermarks on any of these guys. I should have, but oh well. Oh no, set symbols. Yeah, Asterius would probably just be a rare. I don't know. Anyways, I'll just download him. Do you want an ad-free experience? Try Premium. You know, I do not like this website. Kinda at all. It is a necessary evil. So also no, I'd run ad block if I could, but your ads don't even show up anyways. It's really helpful. Anyways, that's the end. I'm tired. That's a 4-hour stream. I keep doing these 4-hour streams with magic card design. I need to think of a new stream idea. I need to do something else. I don't know if you read the description of this stream, but now that I am streaming on YouTube, possibly full-time, I don't know that I'm going back to Twitch. I might. But, like, now that I am doing most of my streaming here on YouTube, I feel like I need to do more than just, like, playing games. I feel like I need to actually do something on stream. It's like slightly more creative. Maybe this means that I return to doing drawing. I doubt it though. Drawing seems like it would be worse than playing video games, honestly. That's not worthy of going on YouTube. Maybe I'll finally get around to world building the D&D campaign that I've been sitting on for 2.5 years at this point. That might be something to do on stream. Who knows? Who knows? I'll think about this over the course of however long it takes me to stream again. I'm definitely not streaming tomorrow, though. This is one of the few times where I am actually definitely busy tomorrow. Because my sister's visiting, and we're gonna go take a hike. Because we both like hiking, and we've been talking about that for a while. I do always say that, and I do always never do it. It's one of my defining features. And then after the hike, I'm probably going to be playing Magic with Mars off stream, though. So, you know, I'm busy tomorrow. Anyways, you know, ending streams on YouTube is extremely difficult and very annoying. You have to go to the YouTube studio and go to the live stream section later. Streaming software. This one. Okay. I want to try ending my stream now. Anyways, thank you for sticking around. I'm gonna go now. Does my end stream button still work? I wonder. Bye-bye.